Good morning. I'm audible, I'm visible. Good morning, good morning. We'll wait 2-3 minutes and then we'll start. Industrial Revolution, phase 2, phase 3, and then we move forward. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. That's not an issue. Anjali, you have to write them down, not pronounce them. The Italian words, that is why it's a little bit difficult. Other than that, doesn't really matter. You need to know the spelling. When will you, Aditya, ancient medieval art and culture, I think the morning or evening batch is coming up. I think within the next month itself, it will start. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Industrial Revolution, phase 2. We have to just read about France and Germany. We already covered the basics. Then we have to talk about the USA and then Japan. But then the most important, social impact. And thereafter, the next agenda for today generally is we have to start with the Eastern question and the First World War, or the road to First World War. So we are now going to finish the Industrial Revolution chapter, and thereafter we'll move back to the politics of Europe, and that too specifically World War I and World War II. I think morning weekend batch Modern India from this Sunday, and thereafter evening batch Modern India from I think 8th November. Good morning, good morning. Yes, Vedshri, morning batch would be there, and then thereafter I think evening batch will also come. Aishwarya, totally your call. Totally your call. So morning batch ancient medieval art and culture, evening batch modern India. Weekend batch also modern India is going to be there. I'll wait 1 more minute and then we can begin. Nikhil, evening batch of world history already done. Then happy birthday to you, Palak. Okay. Morning and evening both are taught. See, be it morning, evening, weekend, if it is ancient medieval art and culture, it is done with me only. Modern India, 2 batches are coming, weekend and evening. I will take that. So there should be no doubt, be it ancient medieval art and culture and world history, any batch, it's me only. Yes, we are having class tomorrow. Why? Because Puja, that would have been extremely hard to do, which is to turn from 39 to 314. Weekend is from this weekend itself, 5th November. Is this Saturday last class of world history? No. I think world history goes till Monday, Tuesday. Aditya, half of you are listening, half of the things, you are listening, half of the things. When I'm saying that morning batch, yes, Ritika, every subject is done 7 times. 2 times in morning, 2 times in evening, 2 times in weekend. So one morning batch I know Rohit sir has already taken. Now this is with me. So if you've already done it, totally your call. But simple, straightforward. This and basically the first morning batch was taken by me, which is on the beginning itself. So don't have to worry about that. Simple, world history is going on. Modern India weekend is coming, and thereafter evening will also start. Totally your call if you want to attend it, and don't have to get confused here. Ancient medieval art and culture, anything is with me only. Okay. In winters, morning batch timing is same. Kunal, I have to get up. I have to come to studio. So why would the time change? So timing remains the same. Be it winter, season, drought, cyclone, every time same. Everything same. Okay. So now that everybody is here, we just have to finish a certain portion of the Industrial Revolution. We yesterday discussed Britain, its phases, why Britain, why not Asia. Now we have to very simply cover the French and the German part from the PPT, because I already told you the peculiarities and the uniqueness and the latecomer advantage. Then we have to have a very short discussion about the Americans and the Japanese, and then social impact of the Industrial Revolution, which is a very, very important topic. And then we will go to the Eastern question and the road to First World War. So Industrial Revolution, we permanent structural transformation. Yes, it has to be permanent. That is why structural transformation. Okay, so we discussed what is Industrial Revolution. We've discussed what is the simple, straightforward reason why it happened in Britain, and we also discussed why not in Asia, and we discussed the phases also. Anybody has any issue here? What we discussed yesterday, generally? No? It was logical, it was straightforward, technical, but logical. So we just have to cover the French and the German story from the PPT. So as I said yesterday, and this is a form of revision so that we revise what we did yesterday, we know that the French had developed a very unique model for their agriculture in that sense, wherein though there was agriculture, there was also little bit of manufacturing which the agriculture sector also used to do, and therefore unlike Britain there was no division of occupation in that sense. And the reason why France was not having so much pressure of what we call as industrialization was also because the population growth was only 30%. Doubled in Britain, but here it will be 30%, and then it will stagnate also after a point. So the pressure was equally low in that sense. Thereafter, what is the reason USA you have large lands in India? No, it's the population. Population is very high. That is why the smaller pieces of land in India. And an active role is the most important concept you have to remember about the French. When we talk about France, the state, played a very, very, very important role in industrializing it. The large agrarian population also did not have a lot of push and pull factors to go to the what we call as urban sector, and they would rather go as domestic servants, coal sweepers, barkeepers, rather than going as labor. So there was no need for structural transformation at this point of time. So the way they change themselves is after looking at the power of the British. So once the British were dominating the world and developing an empire on which the sun never set, the point was that now the French saw the might of the British in their industrial power. and therefore it was important for them to do something about that. And therein, basically, they got a state-sponsored industrialization. So they will start to increase the coal output by the 1820s, 1870s. After basically Napoleon was after Waterloo, they were getting a little bit of political stability, so they will never be fully stable till 1870. The point was there was an increase in output because the French now saw the industrial might of the British as their power and strength in that sense. But the way they did it was, don't innovate, don't go into R&D, rather you bribe the British entrepreneurs to bring in the new technology to France itself. Thereafter, they also brought in a lot of workers who could teach their workers how to deal with these machines in that regard. And the textile sector will also, in a way later become an important sector and industrialize, but they straight away went to heavy industries, and that is what we call as the late comer advantage. They did not need to go for cotton phase in that regard, and therefore the uniqueness of the French experience was that there was a lot of protectionist policies which the French followed. Over and above that, there is a lot of subsidies which were given. A lot of infrastructure was made, canals, railways, gas, sailing ships, everything was subsidized by the state, and therefore it is that state played a very important role in France. This is what you have to write if they ask you the unique features of France and Germany, and that is a more expected question because why Britain has already come. When I'll show you the previous year questions, you will realize that they've already asked that type of question. Thereafter, when we talk about Germany, we know that it did not exist before 1870, had a lot of issues within the Zollverein itself because of being one custom union. Little bit of industrialization was there within the states, 39 states itself, but that was also not very complete. And it is only after Bismarck that the Germans actually overtook and became very, very powerful as an industrial nation. Now, they also very simply focused on heavy industries, railways, coal, iron and steel, and again totally skipped the cotton phase in that sense. So simple, straightforward reason for that was because they were ready to also invest in the technology they were going to smuggle. So this is the definition of what we call as late come advantage. Nations that industrialize after Britain had to develop a different emphasis to complete their industrialization, and Germany did this successfully, and this was because of its latecomer advantage. Now again, don't have to learn the outputs, but by 1870, 1890, the Germans had already overtaken the British. Within 20 years of Bismarckian industrialization, the Germans had proved to the British that their technology could be made better, and they will do it. They will do it. Their output is going to be extremely high, and the British are now going to regret the unification of Germany because of the fact that the Germans will become the most important industrial rival of the British across the world in that sense. Now, what are the unique features of Germany? As we already know, that it was very fast industrial growth. Unlike France, where France never overtook the British, the reason the British were always having more impetus into R&D and had more forces driving the industrial revolution. France, that is technically not true, state sponsored. The role of the state in Germany was less than what was there in France, but more than what was there in Britain. But as I said, the most important feature here is the fact that banking sector was very closely aligned with the industrial sector, and the bankers were very ready to push in a lot of what we call as the capital or the people savings into the industrial sector. And there was a very good nexus, a very close nexus between the state, rather the banking sector and the industrialists. And therefore, the Germans will again go for heavy industries. Their textile and agriculture sector will also mechanize later, but that is immaterial to us. So when we talk about the second phase, we already have covered this. Second phase, France and Germany, is something I did yesterday with you. This was a form of revision for anybody who was not there yesterday. Simple point is now the three main powers are done, and in the examination they've already asked Britain. So it is France and Germany which is a very good candidate to get a question, because Japan has also been asked previously. So UPSC never repeats questions. So the way we see it, if they are going to ask a question, that they moved away from this module now for the past 2-3 years. France and Germany is a good candidate. USA, I will tell you why UK they can't ask a question. But for that, first let's see if France, Germany basic experience is clear or not. Yes. Unfortunately, in second phase, how Napoleon was out of the picture after second phase, because Napoleon will be defeated in the Waterloo. So thereafter 1815, he will not be there. He'll be exiled. So can we now go to America? Are we clear with regards to Britain, France, Germany? Yes. All clear? Great, great, great. Okay. So now we have to discuss controlling on everything was weakness of France and India. No, French, the problem was the French East India Company was not a private company but a state-owned company. And therefore, there was already a lot of backlog and a lot of inertia in what they used to do. So that is a separate issue altogether. French East India Company was never independent like the British East India Company. Okay. Now, we have to go to the USA. But there's a problem. The problem is that when we talk about the industrialization story of the Americans, most of it basically goes out of your syllabus. Because in order to understand the USA, we left USA in 1783 when they got independence. However, American history between 1783 to 1860 to 65 and thereafter till 1900 is not part of even optional syllabus, but in optional you have to do it because the Civil War is written. So the American Civil War is not part of your syllabus. So when I talk about the US, there's a very, very, very low chance. You've not missed anything, Tulsi. Now we are starting our discussion. There's a very slim chance that you will get a question on the US because most of it is not part of your syllabus. The Japanese also, the same story was there, but we used to always do standard things about Japan, and that is what UPSC asked. But for the purpose of your general knowledge, I will simplify the story of the US, but understand this point. The US story between 1783 and 1860 is none of your what we call as understanding based syllabus or not part of it itself. So this disclaimer you need to understand, wherein you don't have to become a specialist of American history. So I hope you understand why am I saying, because when I will tell you the story, you will realize that most of it is very specific history of America. And that is not quoted. And because in our GS syllabus, there is no mention of the American Civil War, we basically don't have to do it generally. So if we understand that the US is basically about just having an understanding of it or just knowing about it, then I can tell you the story. Because then you will ask me questions which I can answer, but I don't want to answer, because then you will ask me that how from 13 states they became 50. That is called westward expansion. There is something called a lot of internal conflict that I can't, I can tell you that, but that I'm basically teaching unnecessary things and that I don't want to do. So if you will take it on face value and whatever I tell you, I will tell you the story of it, then I can move forward and discuss it phase by phase. Yes. No, not at least build a background. I will tell you the story. But unnecessary questions I will not answer because this is not part of your syllabus generally. So can I talk about America knowing that 90% of the story has nothing to do with you? Yes? Okay. Now, so between 1783 and 1800, or rather let's take the period till 1815. See, America developed a certain peculiarity, and that peculiarity was that there was a major division in the way there. It means we don't have to remember the story. No, Alina. When you look at the USA, there are northern states and there are southern states. For example, northern states would be Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey. On the other hand, southern states would be Florida, Virginia, Utah. These are southern states. Now, can you please mark important topics separately? Chituri, when I complete the syllabus, I tell you module by module what to cover. So don't worry. Unnecessary things I don't do generally. Now, when we talk about 1783 is important because 1783 is the year in which they totally get independence. War of Independence is over. 1783 to 1815, the USA in this period had developed a certain type of specialization. See, the northern states became what we call as export oriented urban centers. On the other hand, the southern states became slave based cotton plantation economy. So very simply, if you were a slave in the north, more or less you have no purpose, because whatever small factories which prop up, factories need skilled labor, but slaves are not skilled labor. So slaves are a very important part of the economy. Slaves are very important part of economy. Whilst here, slaves do not matter generally. So you can see that there is a north-south divide which starts to develop in the US, wherein northern states used to take the cotton from the southern states and then export them to England and the rest of the world. But England, because there's again a very major myth wherein we believe that Indian cotton was used in the industrial revolution of what we call as the English. No, we send what is called as short staple cotton. Short staple cotton is not good for machines because when you make it into a thread, it basically starts to break very quickly. The best cotton which came in the world, or the best cotton which was grown across the world, was American cotton. And that is the cotton which Manchester and Lancashire and most of the industrial revolution based factories used to use in England. And therefore, the North basically used to take this cotton and export it to the European sector. But if you look at the dates, which is 1783 to 1815, something is also happening in the background in Europe. What is happening in Europe at this point of time? What is happening in Europe? 1783 to 1815 period? This is the same period. Very good. This is the same period of the French Revolution, the war, and Napoleon. So, between this period, it would be right to say that Europe was very unstable because of Napoleon and his continental system. Even though the technology was available, the USA wasn't able to industrialize, as the trade was disrupted. So though America is actually a very, very, very resource rich, very resource rich. Aditya, you have to refresh. I am writing something, it's not showing. There's an issue in your server. So very simply, the USA is very resource rich, but you need technology. So the 1783 to 1815 period, the problem is that they don't have access to Europe too much because Napoleonic wars have generally disrupted the economy quite a lot. So when we talk about the 1815 period, there is a cutoff point. There's a cutoff point. So it would be very, very right to say that between 1783 to 1815, the economy Americans were cut out of the European continent, and there will be very limited industrialization. Do you understand this point? Why limited? And North became export oriented, urban, and South became slave based, rural. Whatever is written on the screen, anybody has any issue in this? But as I said, again, this is all too specialized history of America, which you don't need to know generally. But I'm basically giving you an understanding of it at the most basic level. Anybody has any issue in what is written on the screen? Limited industrialization, Europe is very, very unstable. North becomes export oriented. They take the cotton from the south and export it to the west. Okay. Now, after 1815 till the period of 1850, this is the period in which Europe will stabilize. The British, the French, the Germans all will industrialize, and America will start to industrialize as the access to why limited industrialization? Because of the fact that Europe is fighting. Europe has multiple wars and is unstable, and you need the technology to come to America. So America will start to industrialize as the access to technology was there, but only North will industrialize. Southern states are still agrarian. It's not that they have, it's not about resources, it's about technology. If you don't know the technology, how to basically smelt iron, blast furnaces, technology was not available to them. So even though you can have the resources, the best way is to smuggle in technology. That is what France and Germany did, but Americans were not able to do it. But the simple point is, between 1815 and 1850, there's a very stark differentiation. Between North and South. It is becoming more modern. It is becoming more industrialized. And this is becoming more and more rural, slave-based. Now tell me one thing, that if industrialization is gaining pace, between 1815 to 1850-55 period, do they actually need slaves? Do they need slaves? Americans? Very good. No. North, there is no use for slaves. but South, slaves are the most important resource they have. Now, when the North basically starts to industrialize, becomes urban, by the period of 1820 to 50, these 30 years, there is a growing realization in America, specifically North or Northern states of America, United States of America, that slavery is bad. Slavery is not sanctioned by the what we call as Bible. There is no what we call as religious and even no basic justification for an inhumane practice like slaves. And the point is that because they have no purpose for slaves, slavery becomes bad for them. So now between this period 1820s to 1850s, there is now a growing movement for what we call as abolition of slavery. That slavery should be abolished. Slavery should be abolished. So it's not about that nobody had read the Bible, it's just that utility was not there. It's a very standard concept. For the economy of North, slaves were of no purpose. So rather it was South which was still sticking to the slaves, and they were not ready to give up on this. But the growing movement of abolition was now going to become the reason for something very big to happen in America. See, one thing is very clear, that between 1783 and 1850, only North was going forward, South was not going forward. Now, in the fateful year of 1860, there will be a person who will stand for the president's position in America, and his name was Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln came up with a very standard agenda, that we can't play this double game with slavery, that it is good also, it is bad also. We can't have a division in America where slaves have purpose only in South and North does not have any purpose. We have to take a call on slavery. In the 1860 election, Abraham Lincoln is going to win the election. And when Lincoln is going to win the election, he will abolish slavery in all of America. But as soon as that happens, the southern states basically say that we don't want to be part of this America, which cannot honor the most important resource we have, which is slaves. And therefore, eight states of the southern American sector, because there's a difference between the federation we are, which is we are a holding together federation, rather America is a coming together federation. They had the right to accede out of the union, and therefore 8 of the states will come together and rename themselves as what we call as confederate states. And these confederate states will say that we want to become a country which in themselves, which basically supports slavery, and we will not let slavery end in our sector. As soon as Lincoln gets to know that the Confederate States are going to come out of the USA, now the North will attack the South, and this is called the American Civil War. Basically, the North will not allow the 8 states to leave, and the American Civil War, which is 1860 to 65, was a very important phase for India, because as soon as they will go to war amongst themselves, there's a civil war between North and South, the American supply of cotton will stop, and that too in turn will lead to a boom in India. But what is the consequence of the American Civil War on India? Yes, it's the Deccan Riots. The Deccan Riots will happen because of the revival of this whole sector. As soon as the North will win over the South, there will be a revival of the cotton trade from America. There will be a crash in India, and that will in turn lead to a lot of peasant distress, and that will in turn lead to the Deccan Riots. The simple point is, 1860 to 65 period, America was extremely unstable. But it is after 1865 that now the North having won will unite the USA back as 50 states, and these 50 states are going to then industrialize. But still, till today, southern states of America are actually backward. Southern states of America are actually not that urban, while the northern states are. And more than that, the USA will also develop a very interesting peculiarity, or the uniqueness of the US was that they have one person controlling the whole sector itself. For example, JP Morgan, whole of finance; Vanderbilt controlling whole of railways; Carnegie controlling whole of steel. So they had what we call as monopoly based concepts, wherein one person would control that whole sector itself. So the point is, this is why I gave you that disclaimer, that when we talk about America, they have the resources, they have what we call as labor in the form of slaves, but that is of no purpose in the factories. The Napoleonic Wars will cut off the supply of what we call as machines to America, and the challenge was the North-South divide in America generally, where rural South was not ready to go forward. It is only after the American Civil War that they will actually move forward as an industrial nation. By 1914, they will emerge as the foremost industrial power also. And the uniqueness of the American experience is that they have individuals and corporations controlling whole sectors. Rockefeller controls till today oil. Vanderbilt controls railway, and JP Morgan till today controls finance, and Carnegie controls steel. These are people or corporations who are controlling everything. Now, after listening to this story, do you now believe in what I was trying to tell you, which is that there is no point in asking about America, because there's a lot of out of context, out of syllabus discussion which I've done with you. So now you know the American story, so you don't have to worry about it. But I would like to go to Japan and rather discuss Japan quickly, to discuss the impact of the Industrial Revolution, which is the most important discussion we have today, after which we'll move to the Eastern question. So does anybody have any issue in what is Industrial Revolution? Why Britain? Why not Asia? France, Germany, the US? Sir, learn all those names in the Anshu, you don't have to learn it. Don't worry. Anybody, any issue? I need everybody's assertion, then we move forward. No issues. Okay. Now we come to Japan. See, Japan was the only industrial power to emerge in Asia. But the question would be why? Why is that Japan was not like India and not like China? And why was that Japan made it a priority to industrialize? They very actively tried to industrialize after 1900. Why southern states parts of USA still not developed? Because that is the way it is. That though industrialization has percolated to the southern sectors, still they have their own issues. They still use the Confederate flag. Southern states are still a problem for the Americans generally. That area where Donald Trump is winning, the most conservative area generally. America is a mess generally when it comes to its demography and its way of development, and one of the most conservative countries when it comes to women rights, and the African American problem is the most severe in the southern states itself. So there's a lot of what we call as legacy of these issues still till today. Okay, now when we're talking about Japan, the question is, why did they actively try to industrialize? Now, in order to understand this, you need to understand something which is the Japanese social order, which is called the shogunate system. See, if you go to Japan in this period, you will find a system which is called the shogunate system, in which at the apex, you have the emperor. His name was Meiji. His name was Meiji. Under the emperor, you have what are called shoguns. These are military generals. Under the military generals, you have samurais, who are basically soldier administrators, or what you call warrior administrators. And then you have the people. Now, the problem of this system is that power is concentrated here. Meiji has no real power. Has no real power. The problem is that the shoguns are conservative, and do not want change. Now, this shogunate system was there for centuries. It was there for centuries, wherein the military generals were controlling samurais, samurais were controlling the people. And the name of the emperor was there for generally namesake purpose. Now, the question would be, but why did then Japan try to change itself? And what happens is that colonialism in India and the domination of the West over China and South China Sea, this will basically create an alarm bell. So the Japanese were able to see something, that if we don't change ourselves, our fate is also going to be the same thing. Which is that if we do not change our orientation, they were able to realize that the power of the West was in their industrialization. So basically, the Japanese were learning from India and China's experience. So whilst the samurais and the emperor Meiji, they wanted to respond and not go down the same path as India and China, the shoguns rather did not want to change. So who are the problem in this system? The samurais and the emperor, or the shoguns? The shoguns. The shoguns are not really understanding that what is happening in India and China is actually real. So what is going to happen is the samurais and Emperor Meiji will remove the shoguns, and this is very ominously called in Japanese history. In Japanese history, it's called in 1868 the Meiji Restoration, wherein power was restored in the office of emperor and shoguns were removed. So basically the industrial revolution, they are military administrators. Samurais are basically warrior administrators. The industrialization of Japan will only start after 1868 once Meiji is restored back to power. And very simply, as you can see here, political stability will only come after Meiji Restoration. After Meiji Restoration. So, just to repeat myself, Japan has a unique model or structure of society which is called the shogunate system before 1868. The problem is all power is concentrated in shoguns, basically generals, governors, whatever you want to call them, and they don't want Japan to change. Emperor Meiji along with the samurais are seeing that India and China have been dominated by the West because of their industrial power, and they want to avoid the same type of fate for Japan. So they restore the power of the Meiji, and therefore it's called Meiji Restoration. And any form of change in Japan will come only after Meiji's restoration in 1868. Yes? Is this clear? Samurais are called warriors. Samurai is a Japanese word for warrior administrators. Does anybody have any issue now if someone says Meiji Restoration? Now you understand what it means. That who is restoring the emperor's power is restored, taken away from shoguns, therefore Meiji Restoration. Name of emperor was Meiji Restoration. Now, when we talk about Japan, how is the power restored? Shoguns are removed. All power is now concentrated in the emperor. Standard internal change. Governors are removed. King takes back power. Now, the problem with Japan, however, is that they are just one big island which is made out of mountains. So the Japanese are extremely scarce in natural resources. They have no natural resources, and very simply they have very limited agriculture, and therefore when it comes to raw material for these industries and when it comes to food for their people, they were very import dependent. And therefore they were vulnerable to foreign domination because of this issue that they had to somehow find trade partners which could supply them things. Now, the Japanese, however, use this thing to their advantage, which is that they knew that they have no resources. So the West will look towards Japan a little bit late. And in that period in which the West was dominating China and India, they will industrialize. And what the Japanese will do is that they will take a lot of deep, what we call as concern in sending their children to the USA, to the UK to learn technical education, which is that technical education was a very important thing which the Japanese could inculcate into their children, and a lot of Japanese students were sent across the world to learn what is engineering. However, their most interesting case is what is called reverse engineering. See, nowadays reverse engineering is something which China does quite a lot, which is to get this pen, buy this pen from you, then look at how it is made and then make it themselves. But this was basically not something which the Chinese started, the Japanese were the first one. What they used to do is that they used to pour in a lot of money, get the machine to Japan, and then understand the machine. They used to deconstruct the whole machine with part by part. And then used to say, okay, what are the changes we can do, improvisations and inventions we can do in certain areas, but let's try to reverse engineer everything. Let's not import every machine which is there. So what they do is that they have start to develop what we call as very efficient machines. And that is why till today, if you take iron ore out of the Jharkhand sector, send it to the Tisco plant, they will use that same iron ore to produce, for example, 500 rupees worth of, or what we call as 500 rupees per meter steel sheet, for example. However, if you give the same ore to the Japanese, they will take that ore from a port from India, go take it to Japan, process it, and bring back that sheet, iron sheets to India, and they'll be able to sell it at 300 rupees. Their machines are extremely efficient and are very, very resource efficient in that regard. So the Japanese knew that they could not waste resources, so their machines also reflected that. But the most important feature of the Japanese experience is something called zaibatsus. Zaibatsu is basically business conglomerations, which are business corporations given cities to develop industries and whole industrial townships around them. An example of this would be, for example, Jamshedpur in India, wherein you have the Tata Tisco plant and everything else around it has been developed around the plant itself. So the Zaibatsus, for example, Honda is not a brand, it's a city. So there's a Honda plant and that whole city is called Honda. The same way you have Mitsubishi, Yasuda, Yokohama tire manufacturer. Yokohama is actually a city. So what they did was that they used to develop one plant and that whole city used to come around it. So this corporation used to manage that city itself and the needs and the way everything was geared towards the factory itself. So the Japanese knew how to, with their discipline and work ethic, how to use the limited resources which they have to develop their own industrial experience, and by 1914 emerge as a major industrial power and the only industrial power in the what we call today as the Asian sector. So since yesterday we have discussed one second, we've discussed France, Germany, America and the Japanese. Now I will repeat the major features of each one of them, and then I want to go into social impact. France, state sponsored. Germany, more efficient. They were able to make the machines better and overtake the British, and they had a very close relationship between banks and the capitalists, or what we call as the industrialists. America, north-south divide, only one person controls the whole sector. Japanese, Meiji restoration, work ethic, Zaibatsu, and the concept of technical education given a lot of emphasis. We've now discussed the case studies. We've discussed Britain also in quite a lot of detail. Why Britain? Why Europe? What is Industrial Revolution? So, Soviet experience we'll discuss in Russian Revolution. That's a separate issue altogether. Simple, straightforward point is still as it is, Russia never industrialized fully. Are we clear with regards to all of these countries? Because I want to go into the most important discussion out of Industrial Revolution now, which is the social impact of the Industrial Revolution. Yes, I want everybody's yes or no. Yes, when I say America, I'm talking about the USA. Yes. Why Industrial Revolution so late in Japan? Because again, they did not have access to technology. They were the shoguns delayed it. Okay. Now, Now we move to a question which has been asked again in multiple times, which is the impact of the Industrial Revolution. So let's discuss these concepts. See, now please pay attention. This is something very important for you to understand and very, very interesting in a way also. Now, when we talk about the Industrial Revolution, we generally argue that the Industrial Revolution was a very positive thing which happened. The fact that we have such good technology, I can be in one city and stream to the other city. We have what we call as a modern industrial nation. We have modern industrial nations. We have a lot of things. So when we talk about Industrial Revolution, economically, technologically, it is a very positive development in human history, because what we are today is because of the Industrial Revolution. But if you look at the larger picture, environmentally and socially, and for us as Asia, as colonial or colonial, rather we'll say colonies, as colonies, it was one of the worst event which could ever happen. Worst of the worst. All issues on planet Earth, climate change, global warming, is because of the Industrial Revolution. These Western powers indiscriminately put in millions, billions or tons of carbon into the atmosphere. There were no protocols at that point of time. And they warmed the earth so much that now when it came to our industrialization, we have to follow certain protocols, which basically is delaying our industrial prowess and power. Climate change is a West created issue. And its origin is in the Industrial Revolution only. So from soil pollution to water pollution to ocean pollution to any form of pollution, there is that because of the Industrial Revolution. The West has to be blamed for all of these issues. And that is why we as Indians have always argued about common but what we call as differentiated responsibility. Yes, we all have a common responsibility to protect the environment, but we have to differentiate between you, the West, developed and developing, because you developed at the same cost for which we are now paying the price for. So, environmentally, the Industrial Revolution could basically be the worst thing which ever happened to the earth itself. So, the earth would today be crying because of the Industrial Revolution. Now, when we talk about Asia and for colonies like us, again, worst of the worst event, because all form of colonial exploitation, the fact that Asian economies, societies were destroyed to make the Industrial Revolution work. Make the Industrial Revolution work. Which is that until unless they do not deindustrialize us, there was no need for Lancashire cotton or Manchester cotton. So they literally destroyed most of the economies in the global south, as we call it today, or in Asia. And thereafter, they filled it up with the Industrial Revolution based demand. So this economically plus point is only for the developed and colonial powers. For countries like us, nothing. So if we talk about colonies and colonial exploitation, the simple straightforward point is that because the industrial revolution was based on market and raw material, colonies were very important, were very important. And all accelerated form of colonial exploitation was also because of the industrial revolution. So we were looted at an accelerated pace, and what we call is that there was a rivalry in amongst these powers, wherein the rivalry was compounded by the fact that they were looking for colonies. So understand this point, that maybe we would not have been exploited at the stage or level we were if there was no industrial revolution. So for Asia, the worst thing was the industrial revolution, because these powers were looking for colonies because of the industrial revolution. When I talk about Lenin, most probably Friday, when I talk about Lenin, this is what Lenin said, that when capitalism reaches a certain point, it automatically produces the need for imperialism and colonialism. Because the problem with capitalism, this economy which is based on factories, that is what is capitalism. Capitalism is industries-based economy. There's the industrialist and there's the worker. The problem is that there is a point till which the markets will start to get saturated. So you will always be looking for what we call as markets. So the first point we want to understand in a way inculcate is that colonies and colonial what we call as exploitation got accelerated because of the industrial revolution. If we were looted 5%, 10%, 50%, we were looted 500% because of the industrial revolution. Because it made sure that colonies were basically now the backbone of the economy. And everybody wanted a colony, and I will show you how this will lead to the First World War. So anybody has any issue in the first point? This is something which we understand well. If you understand modern India, you will automatically understand it well. No issue. Now comes the second point, which is how when we talk about capitalism, which is industries based economy, we'll talk about that, Lenin, don't worry. Capitalism is industries based economy, and in capitalism there's always a nexus between state and industrialist, which is that modern nation states are industrialist oriented. Very simply to say that the government works for the industrialists, not the common people. This again should not come as a shock to you. That MPs, MLAs, the modern nation state, the government, they embody the interest of the industrialists. They don't embody the interest of the people. WH5 will talk about that. That's a separate issue altogether. We're linking too many things up, but I don't want to pick that up right now. The point is that in a modern context, the state industrialist nexus is again a major issue. That when it comes to any policy, the first thing which is seen is that does it impact the industrialists? Then come the people. So this point should not be something new. That we, and there are multiple movies, there are multiple novels, there are multiple adaptations to this concept, that for winning elections you need money. The people who have the money is the industrialists, and therefore they all embody the interest of their own industrial backers, or these big people who have a lot of money. Nexus means relationship, which is a relationship between the state and the industrialists. The modern nation state is capitalist and not a workers oriented or people's oriented government. As much as it may seem very weird, we all know it. Yes, no? Yes, no? Yes, okay. If you agree to disagree, that's, if you don't agree with me, you can always write that point. That's a separate issue altogether. I would love to discuss it with you. Don't worry about that. If you don't agree, you tell me. Okay. Now comes the third point. And the worst impact till now. Which is that after the textile industry was industrialized, the next thing which was actually industrialized was the military sector. See, wars used to happen in societies and in civilizations for a very long time. 100 years war, 30 years war, 7 years war, this war, that war. But in that you had swords, you had guns, but you never had technologies which could kill lakhs of people in one go. People were killed. 100,000. But what the Industrial Revolution gave to the world were weapons which were capable of killing thousands, lakhs of people within seconds. So our wars became bloodier because of the Industrial Revolution. To give you context, in the First World War, 3 crore people died. In the Second World War, 8 crore people died. And till today, we have the nuclear capability of destroying cities with 10 to 15 crore population within minutes. So the Industrial Revolution didn't really make our lives better in the way that till today we live in the fear of weapons of mass destruction. I'm not saying that war did not exist, but war did not mean that you would slaughter thousands within minutes. One bomb can kill thousands within minutes. You can see how in the Middle East, from chemical weapons to weapons which are based on biological weaponry, to using gases, from Hiroshima to Nagasaki, to the First World War to the Second World War, most of Europe actually got depopulated because of this only. So the point is that The way the wars were now fought, the Industrial Revolution in a way made sure that today you and me can be killed within seconds. Within seconds. And this is not a joke. This is a true impact of the Industrial Revolution on you and me. Any issue here? Shreyank will talk about that. You're talking like Marx. We will talk about that. Now, you have to keep it for deterrence. Sure, I'm not saying that India should destroy all its nuclear weaponry. But why you need deterrence is the fact that because Industrial Revolution allowed us to create the nuclear technology. So it's not about the after effect. We can't change it. But the genesis of this issue is in the Industrial Revolution. Try to understand. I'm not trying to tell you this is not the solution. This is the cause. If anybody has any issue in the first three, capital formation is money getting concentrated. I'm coming to that. Capital formation, money formation. Capital is money which has productive resources. Okay, now socially, the impact of the Industrial Revolution is even worse. And I can very successfully say that the worst thing to happen to humanity socially was the Industrial Revolution. See, what the Industrial Revolution created is inequality, poverty, stress, child labor, income gap, slums, death, injury, have and have-nots, social differentiation, gendered impact, nuclear families, disease, exploitation, everything. No, that is again not true, Deepika. It's not the greed of man, it's a properly thought out Industrial Revolution. See, any issue which is there today socially is because of the Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution creates haves and have-nots, which is that in India, and I'll give you a very simple example. There are certain people who can buy or will buy and are buying one ticket for a match for 15 lakh rupees, 1.5 lakh. Corporate boxes go for 75,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh rupees. People are finding ways to spend money. 4 crores worth of Mercedes Maybach they buy. And it is in India itself or in across the world you will see, for 10 rupees people shoot each other. 100 rupees, 10 rupees, 50 rupees people kill each other. There are two social realities in this world. One, people who are basically the modern Marie Antoinettes, who have never seen what it means to earn a life, what it means to go to work, what it means to be 9 to 5. And there is one different universe in which people are working and working and working, and they will die working only. You all would have seen it. You may be a part of it. I'm a part of it. Everyone is a part of it. We all do what we are doing because we have to go up the economic ladder. But you tell me one thing. You work 24 hours every minute you work. Will you ever be able to match the people I'm talking about? Will you ever be able to match the people? Never. Never. Because they don't gain that money from work. They gain that money from the economic system which they control. All forms of slums, unplanned development, child labor as a concept was developed during the Industrial Revolution. Because these looms, what used to happen in these machines, threads used to get entangled. So you need small hands for it. Children were sent inside machines to go and find where the thread has got entangled. And that is free work. Poverty in the world is because of Industrial Revolution. Because it has given somebody, a lot of money that is based on the exploitation of the other. Some people don't know where they will get the money for the next meal itself. And some people are wasting tons of food in order to basically get certain nutrients. Social differentiation, social classification, social division based on economic power and economic potential, all is this. This was never the case. Never the case. It's not that in India there was no poverty ever. But the scale at which, or in across the world, there was always everybody was equal. No. But the scale at which people are differentiated is astonishing. It is agonizing. But you can't do anything. I can't do anything. Because if you remember, the politicians, the state doesn't work for you and me. It works to make sure that he can sit in a 4 crores worth of car. Try to understand this point. The system doesn't work to protect your interest. It works to make sure that that person can go and watch a random sport for 15 lakh rupees worth of one ticket. Because if they don't protect their interest, they don't scratch their backs, then both will not exist. So poverty, death, destitution, stress, slums, everywhere, everything which you see today is a proper consequence of the Industrial Revolution. Families changed forever. Pre-Industrial Revolution period, there were joint families. In a way, there was what we call as a division of labor within the family, but there was no overburdening of anyone. It's not that one family worked the most and the other one did not work. Everybody has to work and there's a division of labor. But because there is structural transformation, you have to go from the rural to the urban sector, you have to take your family with you. And that is called nuclear families or nuclearization. The husband, wife and 2 children have now come to the city. With cities, you don't have housing, so you get slums. Slums have sewage. Sewage have disease. These people get diseases. There was a period in which and it's now this brand spankling London and all which you see, which again is only what you see on Instagram. The real London, if you will see, will you never go to London and Paris. The point is that there was a period in which where within 1 week, 5 lakh people died in London because of cholera. Because of cholera. Because water contamination had become such a big issue in London that the people in slums used to die, not big people. Big people don't die. Only poor people die. And the nuclearization of families is also very paradoxical for women. See, you would have been hearing about a woman called Claudia Golden. Who is she? Who's Claudia Golden? Yes, she's got the Nobel Prize in economics this year. See, there was a major understanding that the Industrial Revolution gave women a lot of access to jobs. Now, her research has actually proved that it is the other way around. Until and unless the tertiary sector did not rise, the industrial sector actually alienated more women. They were getting less and less jobs because the jobs in the metal plants, the heavy industries, were not ever catered towards the women itself. What is called the U-shaped curve. That they had more jobs when it was agriculture. When it came to industrial revolution, the lowest number of jobs were given to them. Only when the tertiary sector came, their jobs started to increase. Now, this is the gendered impact. More than that, it created burden on women quite a lot. See, a husband becomes a worker, and then when he comes back, he becomes a husband again. But a mother, sister, and wife will always remain a mother, sister, and wife, whatever her role is. So it created so much pressure on women that they were not able to balance work and life. And therefore they had no other option but to leave jobs. So when I talk about the concept of social differentiation, when I talk about nuclear families, family labor, destitution, women in public and private, when I talk about poverty, inequality, everything which you see in the world today is basically the industrial revolution impacting you and me. Now I want to discuss a point which is above and beyond all of this, but the social impact which I told you, you have the capability of understanding this and also elaborating on it if needed. Yes? Because I want to give you an understanding here that everything which you see around in India, in across the world, is all based on industrial revolution based social differentiation, social inequality, social power, the way poverty and inequality is perpetuated. Understand this point that capitalism is an inherently exploitative system. It can only work if it takes things out of one's pocket and puts it in the other one's pocket. Right? Okay. Yes, I've given you essay level understanding. And now I'll give you something even more interesting. But it is not too extreme view when you talked about nexus changes in partiality. You find it that is capitalism speaking through you. If you really think that the nexus between the state and the industrialists don't work, test the system. Test the system. You check it out. Try to do something which impacts the industrialist. You will see how there will be so much. As an IAS officer, I'm giving you an example. You will become an IAS officer. When you become an IAS officer, pass a policy which impacts only the industrialists. Your seniors will not sign on it. What will you do? It's a system. Capitalism is in the system itself. Modern democracies work through capitalist model, and capitalism can only survive when there's a nexus between state and industrialist. World War I and World War II is nothing but capitalism trying to find a solution for the issue itself. So don't worry. It is, you will see it yourself. Crony capitalism, nation states, all is like that only. Now I want to come to something which you don't realize, but industrial revolution till today impacts you. Can I discuss that point? As of right now, it is impacting you. You have no idea. You have no idea. As of right now, every child born into this world right now is getting impacted by the Industrial Revolution, and you don't know it. Can I discuss that aspect, what we call the concept of industrial time? Okay. Now tell me one thing. It is what, 7:25 and 31st October 2023. Except for the clock, digital device which you have, is it written somewhere in the sky, in the leaves, पेड़ों के अंदर, on the animals, that it is 7:25? It is 7:25, right? But where is it written? Is there an Akashvani which tells you 8 p.m., 5 p.m., 8 a.m.? Yes, you're saying, okay, the sun tells us. But when the sun projects a shadow on anything, it says, yes, shadow equals to 12 a.m., 12 p.m. You have tried to interpret the shadow, but the sun, does it say that it is 7:25 a.m.? What I mean to say is, time is a man-made concept. If you don't understand this, understand it that time is a man-made concept. See, you would have grandparents, you would have parents who follow something called the geological time. See, geological time is the concept that your grandparents will get up at 4 a.m. automatically as soon as the first blue color of the sky comes through at dawn. They will work throughout the day, and as soon as it will go, the sun will go down dusk, they will automatically sleep by 7:38. Even 6 o'clock people sleep. You would have for sure seen your grandparents, your parents, old people till today follow this, that they will get up as soon as the first light will come, and they will sleep very early because for them the day is over. Because they follow what is called as geological time. The sun is up, they are up. The sun goes down, they're down. But the Industrial Revolution, the second most what we call as manufactured commodity, was the clock. Because Industrial Revolution needed time as a commodity. Now tell me one thing. Can you touch 7:28? Can you touch this time? Can you touch time? Hold 31st of October 2023 for me in your hand. Can you touch time? So it's an intangible concept, right? It's an intangible concept. That it does not have form. So if you can't touch time, it has no material form, then how can you waste time? Tell me. If you can't have material time, then how can you waste time? How can you waste time? You waste something when it has material form. Now, industrial time, this 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days, was created in the 1750s properly. And it was created properly like this because the industrialists needed to give money by the hour. But if there is no concept of hour, how will you pay money? So, the commodification of time was done during the Industrial Revolution period. See, time doesn't stop. At 6 a.m. I will start to speak. At 9:30, I will automatically stop. Time doesn't stop for you. Time does not stop for anyone. But the point is, haven't we made time? Try to understand this. It's a man-made concept. So how is that something which we created is now dictating us? Time disciplines. And the most important institution which teaches you the importance of time, all of us go there, is what? Can anybody tell me? Schools. Schools. You tell me one thing. You are hungry at 8 a.m. in the morning. When will you have that food? Lunch time. Recess time. I am hungry at 8 a.m. No, you will only eat at 11 a.m. When the clock tells you, you eat. People were basically controlled through time. Controlled through time. And till today, I'll give you a very simple reason why it impacts you. Leisure equals to useless. Yes? A person who does not work, who does too much leisure, who is lazy, equals to useless. But this is what the capitalists want you to think. I will give you don't study for 2 hours. I can guaranteed say, third hour you will automatically develop guilt that I wasted 2 hours. So you earn through time to do leisure. But what will you do with the money which you are going to earn? What will you do with the money? You will basically try to do something which you want to do. So you can't do what you want to do right now and do something else so that you can do that thing later. Try to understand this. Time is money, money is time. Who said that? किसने बोला है? Does the Vedas say that? That time is money, money is time. You are in your prime right now. 20 to 40, you are in your prime. Throughout 20 to 40, you will work to get savings. And when your body will stop giving response, then you will do leisure. Try to understand the paradox here. I'm not trying to ask you to rebel against time. There is no time. The point is, I'm trying to give you this is an academic level understanding. It's called industrial time. Time existed, but industrial time was a commodity which was created during the Industrial Revolution. And till today, it disciplines you because the fact is, you are told to do what you need to do. People say, मुझे मरने का time नहीं है. I don't have time to die. What have we so created that we have it also, we don't have it also? The simple point I'm trying to argue is, you may know it or not know it. As of right now, you are getting impacted by the Industrial Revolution. It's not in a distant past that the Industrial Revolution impacts you. Right now, it impacts you. Doesn't mean that you close your books and say that I will rebel against time. The problem is, the capitalist system doesn't work like that. The system is like this. It will always be like this. I'll give you a very interesting thing. Food has to be now fast. Why? Fast food? Why? When you will ever see old people eat, they enjoy their food. We have no time. But food has to be fast. Fast food. So, Industrial Revolution changed our dietary habits also. There's no time for feasts. There's no time to savor the food. No, no, no. You eat because you need energy. I live for only getting the energy so that I can put in that energy and basically gain something else for someone else. So eating less calories. I'll give you a very simple example. If you've ever seen, if you've ever put in labor at your house or your parents have, if you ever ask labor that do you want to eat something, they will always say one thing. They will say no, आप चाय पिला दो. That you give us some tea. They will be very eager to drink tea than to actually eat something. And the reason for that is, and the reason why tea became such a very big commodity across the world at this point of time was, tea does two things. Tea has sugar, which gives you calories. But if tea as a commodity is seen, tea actually kills hunger. भूख मारता है. So the labor basically is drinking tea for two reasons. So that he doesn't feel hungry and he gets the calories he needs to work also. What I mean to say is that what is this what we have created or what the Industrial Revolution has created? A time which you can't hold but you can waste. If you can waste something, you can save also. So where is that saved time? Give it to me. Give it to me. That saved time, give it to me. So you can't save time, but you can waste time. You have to, only if you work, you are having a worth. If you don't work with time, you are useless. That is why I always say to my students, if in a week you watch a movie, it's not a crime which you are doing. Not that you binge watch whole of Netflix. Every day, listening to music for 15 minutes may be a very good stress buster. But you have to integrate that because somebody has taught you that if you actually try to de-stress yourself, you're doing something bad to yourself. That feeling which you have inside you, which tells you that no, you are wasting time, you will be worthless. That is not you or your parents or anyone else. It is the capitalist system, the industrial revolution speaking through you. So very simply, I am not asking you to rebel. This is a conversation to tell you one simple, straightforward thing. Time disciplines. But industrial time was created by the Industrial Revolution in order to basically create a regime in which you work by the hour. See, no one cares how much you work in that hour. No one cares. But you have to work for an hour. Whatever you in that hour doesn't matter. So you don't work better. You work, that is it. So bringing everything together, what I am today, what you are today, how we are conditioned, is all the Industrial Revolution has done to us. From changing our dietary habits to basically giving us a clock which ticks and does not stop, it has created social inequality, it has created poverty, it has created haves and have-nots, it has created death, destruction of human existence, it has made sure that this earth will be inhabitable in the next 100 to 200 years. We have to basically now buy water, and if you will actually realize one thing, that we are the only species on this earth which pays to live on this earth. Does your dog give you rent? Does the elephant and the tiger in the national park gives you rent? No. But you can't own 1 centimeter of land on this earth unless you don't give them money. So try to understand this point. Footpath pe bhi nahi sone denge. That is the level of destitution we have created. And the best example of this destitution is America. It is actually America. America today has a housing crisis, has a very big homeless crisis. Lakhs of Americans sleep on the road because of how capitalism has destroyed their economy. So understand this point. Fight the system, work. You will never be an industrialist. But the person who has to, you would have seen a lot of influencers say, जब तक पैसा सोता हुआ पैसा काम ना करे तो ऐसा पैसा कैसा? That when you are sleeping and your work and your money is not working, then what is that type of money? I am also sleeping, my money is not working. The money works for the people who sleep are the industrialists. They sleep and they get passive income. We are running to get active income. But they have active income also, and they have certain people say, I don't work for money, I work for this, I work for that. You take one loan from this system, they will come to your house, take you and everything you have with them. And there are people who have taken at least 10 lakh or 20 lakh worth of loans, meaning value of people, and they've run away and nobody has been able to catch them. So the point is, before I end the Industrial Revolution theme, this is the last thing which I say, because we have to now go back to the First World War. Eastern question when we come back from the break is that understand this point. Don't think that the Industrial Revolution is a very distant thing. Industrial Revolution is a continuous process. And nobody is asking you lucky about this in the examination. And don't now start to become a Baba and say, I have given up on time. I'm not asking you to give up on your dream. Unfortunately, you have to work within the same system. You have to work in it. You have to fight it. And you have to become an IS officer. That is your dream. That is why you started. I'm not asking you to give up on the aaj view and go. Say this to your parents. Time is money, money is time. And tell them this industrial concept of time. First thing they will say, become an IS officer and then tell me this concept. So, time management is important. We have what we have as a system. But I am trying to tell you something. This is totally academic level. It's a conversation I used to have with my university students, which is that don't think that things are in the past. History impacts you even today. Your way of living, your way of looking at yourself, the way of how we conduct ourselves, what is considered acceptable and not acceptable, everything has already been set by the capitalist order, and I will show it to you through world history. The point is that capitalism will never lose. Capitalism will never lose. And Hitler, Mussolini, First World War, the USA, Cold War politics, nuclear bomb, all have been created to protect that order which speaks through you and me, which is capitalism. So try to understand this point, that time is something which was commodified as the first thing which was basically made into a commodity. And time was never like that. Done. This is not Astha channel. I'm not trying to give you a pravachan here. But what I'm trying to give you is an example of the impacts of the Industrial Revolution. Right? Okay. So we take a break here. When we come back, we go into the Eastern question. So 10 minutes, you are hungry, you have to do whatever you have to do. Within that 10 minutes, I come back at 7:55. That is what the capitalist system has mandated me to do. And when I do that, I come back at 7:55 and we take our story forward. Now we will go into module number 5. The first 4 modules are done. American Revolution, French Revolution, unification of Germany and Italy, and Industrial Revolution. This is the 4 heavy weights. Now we go into 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, connected to each other. Eastern question, First World War, Russian Revolution, Second World War, Cold War politics. Right? So we come back at 7:55 and we'll take the conversation forward. Your 4 big modules are done. Before I do that, everything is making sense. No issues. Can we take a break now? Yes? Okay. Perfect. So we come back at 7:55. Welcome back. I'm audible, I'm visible, yes? Okay. So when rigid system, monarchy, rules, feudalism. When rigid systems like monarchy, feudalism. Deepika, that is the point. There is no alternative. That is the issue. Monarchies and were based on. We have gone into a social contract to create this also, right? It is the point, na? You and me have created it. It is a rule by consent. You vote a person to create this system. So then how will you destroy it? That's the point. If I'm trying to fit into system, then true, which I'll show you a practice question on IR. I will do the previous year with you. You will see. Why Britain is a very standard question. You can talk about social impact of industrial revolution. Okay, so now we enter module number 5, which is Eastern question and road to the First World War. If a person doesn't vote it, then what will happen with him? Nothing. Voter turnout in India is maximum 60%. 40% people still don't vote. So what happens to them? The division of society? No, Mahima, that is not true. Not true. That is specific to Japan. Is everybody back? Can we start our discussion again? Eastern question, road to First World War. Yes? Okay. Now, American Revolution, French Revolution, Industrial Revolution, 3 revolutions done. Unification of Germany, Italy done. Now, if you look at it, I've talked about France, I've talked about America, the USA, the Germans, we've talked about the Italians. Now, there are 2 powers which we have to discuss. The Ottomans and the Russians. Russians will do through the Russian Revolution. Our focus is going to be on the Ottomans. And America and the when I say USA, America, same thing. I'm using it interchangeably. So, see, when you look at Europe as a continent, I'm saying, you have England here, island nation. Thereafter, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Russia. I'm not talking about modern day. I'm talking about 1900. And then you have multiple, for example, Belgium, Netherlands. See, this is Western Europe. This is Central Europe. I've not said anything. Don't worry, Anshu. I've not said anything. Whatever the points were discussed there. And in our understanding, the Eastern European sector is actually the more interesting one. I'll tell you why. Because you have one power, which is Russia, But here you have what is called the Balkan region, named after the mountain range which is there. This is the Balkan sector. If you look at it today, Moldova, Serbia, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Greece, Albania, Bosnia, Slovenia, Croatia. But this is the modern map. Eastern Europe used to be dominated by an empire which actually has its origin with the Mughal Empire. See, this is the Ottoman Empire. Ottomans, Safavids and the Mughals, all three rose together. Safavids in the central, what we call as Central West Asia, Mughals in India, and the Ottomans in the eastern sector, or today what is called the Turkish sector. Now, Ottoman Empire, you would have heard about it, you would have learnt about it in multiple contexts, but the most important for us is that how the Ottomans basically blocked the path of the Europeans to India via land. That is the most commonly understood concept, which is that the Ottomans, when they rose in this West Asian sector, but at its peak, for example, 1550, 1600, it was a very mighty empire. It was a very mighty empire. Ottomans and Turks are not the same. Turk is a very generic word. Ottomans is an empire. So, the Ottoman Empire had three very important sectors. See, this is the Eastern Europe sector. Then you have the core area, which is the West Asian sector. And then you have this North African sector. So basically at its peak, it was spread over three continents. Now when we talk about Ottomans, Islamic Empire, it has three parts: Eastern Europe, West Asia, and Africa. 1, 2, 3. See, we are not concerned about West Asian part or Africa part. We are concerned about this Eastern Europe part. And the Eastern European sector had a very interesting purpose in that regard for the Europeans, that most of the Eastern European sector is basically Christian. But the Ottomans are Muslims. So in a way, this sector is like a buffer area. Which is that this part is Muslim, this part is Christian, and this part is again Christian. So the Balkan sector, as part of the Ottomans, is a very important buffer between the West and the Ottomans. Now try to understand one thing more, which is that first was the geography of the Ottoman Empire, spread over three continents. Anybody has any issue in understanding this? Spread over three continents, the Ottoman Empire. So I've now established the geography. Now, the Ottomans, whilst they are ruling over three continents, they have what we call as multiple ethnicities under them. Now first I need to tell you what is the difference between The Eastern European sector, the Balkan sector is the buffer state. I need to tell you the difference between the concept of race and ethnicity. See, do I look like Donald Trump and Xi Jinping? We'll talk about that, Rahul. That is a very late issue. No. So, me, Xi Jinping, and Donald Trump are three different races, which is physical differentiation. That me, an African, an American, and a Chinese is not going to look the same. However, if I have a Japanese, a Korean, and a Chinese standing together, will you be able to tell me without them saying their language who is what? No. So very simply, they all are the same race, but they are culturally different, or what we call as cultural ethnic traditions. So a French, a German, an Italian, and an English all are standing together. If I don't tell you who is who, you will not be able to make out who they are. That is because all of them are the same race. But their cultural traditions make them different, so their ethnicity is different. So people can be from one race but multiple ethnicities, and there can also be a situation in which multiple races have the same ethnicity. For example, I speak English, an African can speak English, and English is speaking English, and a European is speaking English. All of us are racially different, but ethnically we are having the same linguistic understanding. So in India is a diverse country of ethnicities. We have cultural traditions, unity in diversity, multiple traditions in India. So when I say ethnicity, I mean cultural differentiation. When I say race, it means physical differentiation. Clear? Okay. No, how can all Indians have the same ethnicity? We have different traditions, cultural traditions across India. That is the power of India. Now when I say Ottomans, yes, Kishan, when I say Ottomans are themselves Muslims, but they have multiple ethnicities under them. And specifically in the European sector, they have Romanians, Bulgarians, Greeks, Serbians, Croatians, and they themselves can be, for example, Arab, Turk. You have multiple ways of expressing their ethnicity. So the Ottomans are basically holding the Balkan sector, but the most important feature of the Balkan sector is not Armenian. Armenian is a little bit there. The point is Balkan sector is multi-ethnic. Is this point clear? Because then I want to complicate it more, because the Ottomans have a very interesting policy. This is clear? This whole sector is multi-ethnic. because there are multiple ethnicities here, and the Ottomans are holding a multi-ethnic society in which there are multiple minorities which have their own ethnicity. Now, the easiest way to manage a minority is to very simply push your own culture on them, which is to push your own culture, which is that you make them like Ottomans. But the Ottomans had a policy of not pushing not pushing Muslim culture or Islam on the ethnic minorities. So basically, the Ottomans they had no policy of Ottomanization. Had no policy of Ottomanization, which is that they were discriminated against, they were discriminated, not given power, but they did not Ottomanize them. So basically, the Ottomans are holding three sectors. They have multiple ethnicities. This whole area is very strategic because it is next to the Black Sea, it is next to the Aegean Sea, it is very, very close to the Suez Canal later. It is an opening into the Mediterranean, but this area is very dangerous because though all of them are Christians, most of them are Christians, they are in a way by their race Slavs. Slavs is their race. Slavs, they're called Slavs. And Slavs are very close to Russians that way. Russians and the Bulgarians, the Romanians and the Serbians are Slavs. So Slav is their racial identity. But ethnically, this is basically this is very, very multi-ethnic zone. And that is why, in a way, Slav is a term given to their race. Slav is the race of them. I don't care what is their origin. I am not going to tell you that also. Slavs is the word. Russians are also Slavs. They are also Slavs. Their ethnicity matters to me, not their race. Now, the reason why I say that they are like a buffer state is, you realize one thing, that they are Muslims, embrace Islam. This is part of the Ottoman Empire, but in a way they are closer to the West. So now try to understand this in a very straightforward question. I've established three things. I have established Ottoman geography. Anybody has any issue here? Anybody has any issue in the Ottoman geography? No. Okay. Then I have established that the Ottomans are ruling over multi-ethnic population with Christian Islam buffer to the West. Anybody has any issue in understanding this? Who is Ottoman? Ottoman is the name of the dynasty which used to rule. Ottomans is a generic term given for the Turkish rulers of this area. They are called Ottoman dynasty. That is the basic point. You're basically asking like, who are Mughals, who are Safavids, who are Ottomans? Ottomans are the Turkish rulers of this area, Muslim rulers of this area. Ottoman geography in three continents. They hold over the Eastern European sector. They hold over West Asia, parts of Sinai Peninsula, the parts of Saudi Arabia also, and part of Africa. They are multi-ethnic and they hold multiple ethnicities together. I'm confused. What is the point? Ottoman geography, three continents. They are a buffer between. See, try to understand. It's not difficult. Pay attention. If this is the, I'll remove everything. You tell me one thing. This world is Islamic or not? Tell me. Is this world Islamic or not? Now tell me one thing. If this part was also Islam and this is Christian, would there be conflict? Yes or no? Yes. Now, very strategically, the Ottomans followed a certain policy where there was a majority of Christians which they started to rule here. And what they did was that they, rather than converting each of them to Islam, they left them as Christians. So doesn't it become a buffer state between, buffer area between the Christian world and the Islamic world? So what is difficult here? What is difficult? If you will pay attention, I'm not saying in French or German that you will not understand. The point is that what I'm trying to establish here is very straightforward, which is that the Ottomans hold a very important geography, and the biggest point is, I'll remove this point only. The most important point you're not getting, and you're rather getting caught up into something which really doesn't matter to me, is that they are holding multi-ethnic population. Yes or no? Yes. So Ottoman geography is important because they hold three different continents and they hold a multi-ethnic population. Now, this area, till the Ottomans are strong, till they are strong, this area can be managed. However, in the era of French Revolution, American Revolution, unification of Germany and Italy, is having a multi-ethnic population which is discriminated against a good thing? No. Basically, you see, I'm going to tell you, see, the Ottomans at one point of time were one of the most successful state, and they hold Serbians, Croatians, Romanians, Bulgarians, and these are Slavic people who have symbolic leader as Russia. The states were given autonomy, they retained their individuality, never assimilated fully, but they were discriminated against for sure. From Turks to Arabs, these are the Muslim population. Serbians, Bulgarians, Romanian, Greeks and Hungarians are the Christian population. Now, very simply, see, for the West, for England, for France, for Germany, for Italy, for the West, this is a tension area. This is a tension area because there are multiple ethnicities together. Now, if people start to come together and ask for nations, this area can become very unstable. We can become very unstable, very unstable. So nobody asked me this question, and that should have been a natural question. So that if this area is Christian, why didn't the West conquer it? Is this a valid question? If the Balkan sector is mostly Christian, then why didn't the West, basically Austria, Hungary, or England also, come in this area and remove the Ottoman control and basically make the Ottoman boundary somewhere here? They could have basically taken this area. They could have taken this area. Yes, the Ottomans are strong, but if the West puts their all might together, the Ottomans are not that strong. The reason is very simple. The reason is very simple. The West is happy that the Ottomans are holding the tension of Europe. Imagine, it's a very simple concept. Basically, this area is a ticking time bomb. When it comes to their ethnicities, they will fight with each other. They will have issues. And in the era of nationalism, this is basically literally a bomb. So between 1400 and 1600 till 1700, nobody really wants to touch this area because they're like, take attention and let the Ottomans deal with them. So in the very big party called Europe, the Ottomans are holding a bomb and people like, let them hold the bomb. If it explodes, it will explode in their hand. See, what I'm trying to argue is that the Ottomans were basically solving a problem for the Europeans. The French are French, the Spanish are Spanish, the Portuguese are Portuguese, the English are English. There is no gaggle of ethnicities together. Yes, they're fighting with each other for power, Austria, Prussia, Germany, this and that. But it's not that if I throw a stone, it will hit a Serbian, and if he throws it back, it hits a Romanian. This area was conquered very late by the Ottomans. The fall of Constantinople is in 1453. The Balkan sector, there is a small push. There's a small push which is in the what we call as 1500 to 1650 period. So if the West wanted, they could have easily liberated the Balkan sector. What I mean to argue, what I've been trying to establish for the last half an hour is that the Ottomans are solving a problem for Europe, which is they're holding a multi-ethnic zone, but because the Ottomans don't push their own culture, and the Ottomans could have easily converted this area into a Muslim-dominated area. Rather, it is a Christian-dominated area, which is multi-ethnic and does not really get any rights. Is it a very good combination? That you have an area which is very strategically located in Europe, it is multi-ethnic, it has not been converted to Islam, it is Christian-dominated in an Islamic empire where they are discriminated against, and in front of them, there is a French Revolution which says people should come together and form a nation. Yes, in a way, Europe was homogeneous, but Balkan sector is extremely heterogeneous. So would I be right to say that the Ottomans for a very long time were solving a problem for the Europeans and they were basically holding the ticking time bomb called the Balkan sector? Would this be the right way of putting it? Yes or no? I want everybody's yes or no. Yes. Now pay attention. Then what is this concept of Eastern question? See, till the Ottomans are strong, this area is not the problem, but multiple ethnicities in Muslim, not in Christian. Again, Chituri, this is multiple ethnically changed area. They are Christians, but they are ethnically different. So a Bulgarian is a Bulgarian, a Serbian is a Serbian. Here they have the same religion, Muslims, and their identity is very similar also. Ottomans in their core area actually were much more homogeneous. So imagine basically it's like the Mughals. The Mughals never converted the whole population of India. Same way they never converted the whole population of the Christian sector. The Ottomans hold an area which is Christian. They have made them into ethnic minorities, but they have not touched their culture. This is actually something which is a good thing in the short run, but in the long term it is not something good. It is not something good when we talk about in the long run. So please try to understand. I'll tell you why it is not good. See, they are ethnic minorities. They are getting suppressed. If they will suppress, there will be revolt. But the problem, it is not good for you and me, no. But for Western Europe, that is not a good thing. If the Balkan sector destabilizes, would it be a good thing for Europe? If the Balkan sector destabilizes, would it be a good thing for Europe? No. Mediterranean trade will get disrupted. The Suez Canal will get disrupted. The Black Sea trade will get disrupted. The problem is this border was stable. This is what I'm trying to establish for you, that though the Ottomans have conquered this area, everybody's like, let the Ottomans hold this bomb in their hand. Nobody else wants to hold this. Even if the French and the Austrians and the Germans come together and liberate this area, it is a tension area. Yet this is the tension of Europe, because in this there can be 50 to 60 nations which can come through. So whilst other European countries are big, are homogeneous, this is not. The Balkan sector is a real problem for the Europeans. But the Ottomans had been solving this problem for centuries now. For 3 centuries, they had solved this problem. Now can I establish what is the Eastern question? If you understand the concept that the Ottomans were solving the problem for the Europeans because they were holding an area which was multi-ethnic, and the Europeans were ready to allow the Ottomans to hold this area. Okay. Now what is the concept? That is that till the Ottomans are healthy, till the Ottomans are powerful, the Ottomans solve the problem. However, once the Ottomans start to decline, this is a problem for Europe generally. And what is going to happen is that by the turn of 1700, the Ottomans were starting to show the signs of decline. See, the recipe for decline of all civilizations is the same. Weak successors, administrative corruption, fiscal crisis, military degeneration, external factors, internal issues, governors start to become autonomous. Every empire declines the same way. It's the same standard story everywhere. Be it the Mughals, be it the Safavids, be it any period of history, standard. There will be internal disturbance that will lead to weak successor. They will not be able to manage it. That will lead to fiscal crisis. Administrative issues will come through. Administrative issues will in turn lead to economic issues. That all compounds together to create an issue, which is basically decline of that empire. And the Ottomans were also showing that. Governors were becoming a little bit more and more autonomous. Fiscal issue was there. Fiscal crisis was there. They did not really have any good military. Now, if that is the case, that the Ottomans are declining, and that is now a fact, and the name which the Europeans gave to the Ottomans was the sick man of Europe. That basically the Ottomans had by this point of time become the sick man of Europe. They were sick. They had a disease. They were declining. Now the question is, and this is basically the Eastern question, if and when the Ottomans will decline, what should we do about the Balkan area? Valid question. Basically, for centuries, the West did not need to think about this question. But with the declining trend of the Ottomans, the West has a dilemma in front of it, which is that if and when the Ottomans decline, what should we do with the Balkan area? And it's not just that. They are declining in a period when nationalism is going up. So, the bomb which you gave to the Ottomans initially was just a simple, straightforward 1 kg bomb. Now, when the sick man has been sick of holding it, now it has become a 100 kg, a kiloton based, very big bomb. So very simply, now if it explodes, it will literally create 5 to 10 different countries, but nobody wants that to happen. And this is basically the Eastern question. There are two types of answers which will come, but let me first read this out from the PPT so that you can also consolidate it. They will ask you in the examination, what is the Eastern question? And the Eastern question is, if and when the Ottomans decline, what to do with Eastern Europe? And I can very simply say to you, very successfully say to you, that the Europeans gave the most dumb, the worst answer to this question. And basically, in answering this question, they will create the context for the First World War. So see, from mid 15th century to 1683, the Ottomans were a very strong, successful empire, and their influence was there in Anatolia, North Africa, Eastern Europe. After 1683, when they tried to go for the Italian states and they were defeated, their decline began. Throughout the 18th century, the decline became more and more evident, and the Russians and the Austrians had already started to pluck out the empire, take certain areas out of the empire, because the Ottomans were totally in chaos. Now, I've already established to you that this area is ethnically complex. It is extremely ethnically complex, and that makes this area problematic. Now, the Ottomans were becoming the sick man of Europe because they had never tried to assimilate the minorities, and now they were becoming bigger and bigger. Poor military conditions were there. The economic and fiscal crisis was not good. The Ottomans now started to get defeated by their neighbors. Corrupt administration, international powers did not really pay attention at this point of time. Weak central control, governors were becoming basically autonomous. We know that the simple, straightforward recipe is the same. That you light the burner of decay, put in the pan of weak successor, add in a little bit of fiscal crisis, add in a little bit of economic crisis, add in a little bit of administrative crisis, and then external causes, swad anusar, what you get is basically a decline. This recipe doesn't change. The factors can be different. In some you will add economic crisis more, in some you will add administrative crisis more, but the basic recipe remains the same. Now, if that was the situation, now comes the Eastern question. French Revolution was spreading nationalism. Unification of Germany Italy happened over cultural nationalism, which is basically ethnic nationalism. So there was rapid decline in military power of the Ottomans also, and a collapse was imminent. So the question is, this is the question. Thus, the question about the future of this area was raised. That what would happen to the Balkans if and when the Ottoman Empire disappeared from the Southeast European sector? So now, are you capable of arguing to someone other than yourself that why the Eastern question is important, what is the Eastern question, and how the Ottomans were doing a favor to the Western European powers? Yes? Yes, great, perfect. Now, if you look at this map, you have England, France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Italy, but you have Russia. Our brother Russians are here. Yes. Now Russians have a very big problem, and that's a very big problem till today for them, that they don't have an all-weather port properly. They have St. Petersburg, but the problem with St. Petersburg is it is in the Baltic Sea. The Northern Sea, the Baltic Sea. The Baltic Sea freezes in the winters. Then you have Vladivostok, which is basically on the other side of the world itself, which is in the Pacific. So the problem which the Russians have is that if they want to enter the Atlantic, they have no other option but to move from the Crimean Peninsula. A small port is here called Sevastopol, for which basically they even annexed Crimea in 2014 over this, and then travel from the Black Sea into what is this strait called? There's a very important strait here. Can you tell me this strait? Very good. The Dardanelles Strait. Bosphorus is also there, but the most important is called the Dardanelles. Dardanelles Strait then allows them to enter the Aegean Sea. From the Aegean Sea, they will go into the Mediterranean. From the Mediterranean, they will cross Gibraltar and then enter into the Atlantic. So if you look at it, for the Russians, the access to the ocean is extremely difficult. That is why the Russians have always been irritated about this. Very big empire, we will discuss about Russia, but not very good when it comes to access to sea. So now I have this question in front of me. What to do about the Balkan area? If I was Russia, would I want the Ottomans to decline? Yes, obviously yes, because the Dardanelles Strait, the Bosphorus Strait, and whole of this sector is basically under the Ottomans. So if the Balkan sector gets destabilized and the Ottomans decline, Russia can move into this area saying that we are brothers. Bhai, Slav, brothers. So you get consolidated into my empire, and Russia can then come till this point if needed. Yes or no? Russia can use their soft power, if you want to call it, their racial connection to this area, and the decline of the Ottomans is going to benefit the Russians the most. So if I take the Eastern question and put the mic to the Russian would say, let the Ottomans decline. Let the Ottomans decline. So for the Russians, the answer to this question was, let them decline. And the reason was, they can access and conquer this sector. Now, herein comes geopolitics. Now, if Russia controls the Aegean Sea, the Balkan area, would the English, the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Germans, and the Italians be very thrilled about it? Never. So now, if I take the mic to the French, to the British, their answer is, they need to counterbalance Russia. So their answer is, do not let the Ottomans decline. Do not let the Ottomans decline. The Italians and the Germans are sitting in between, but Austria also does not want the Ottomans to decline. Austria does not want the Ottomans to decline, because if Austrians, this is the border which Austria has. Imagine, India has this problem. Imagine that you have neighbors who always are fighting over the boundary itself. So this would basically become the Radcliffe line and the McMahon line. Basically, Austria did not want the whole sector to get destabilized, because if they will throw bombs, they will then throw a bomb on Austria also. And you will see that the the reason why Austria was saying that don't let this area decline will also become the reason for the First World War. The First World War started when an Austrian was shot by a Serbian. That was the reason why the whole First World War started. So the point is that now we have two perspectives. The Balkan area is important because it is strategically located, has multiple ethnicities, control of Black Sea, Asian market, Suez Canal, and whilst the Russians would want the Black Sea to come under their control, they would want the Dardanelles Strait to come under their control. Great Britain and France would want to counterbalance Russia. A powerful Russia is not good for Great Britain or France. And therefore, Austria does not want this area to decline because it becomes an extremely explosive area on its border, and therefore they don't want this area to become too unstable. The Germans just want that the trade should not get affected. So in a way, there are two camps now which have developed in Europe. There are two camps which have developed. One does not want the Ottomans to decline. The other one wants the Ottomans to decline. Can I give you an analogy for this? And then you will realize, or then you will remember this forever, that what is the basic Eastern question. I'll give a very simple analogy, very Indian analogy, something which we all can consider and can also connect with. See, imagine that there is the father. Father is Ottoman. Bimar hai. He is not well. He is the sick man. And he is on the ventilator. So basically he is alive, but he is alive barely. What made rivalry between Western Europe and Russia? Dhanya, this is an innocent question. Geopolitics is all about competition. If for example, Bhutan goes forward, you will be very, very happy. No, rivalry is rivalry. Everybody wants to push in their own concept. Okay, why Britain doesn't want to control? Because if Russia sits at the mouth of the Suez Canal, then the Russians will start to meddle into the Indian trade. So it's about protecting each other's interest. So on the ventilator, you have Ottoman father sitting, and this father somehow has written a will, and in that will there are 5 sons. So you have Russia, you have Britain, you have France, you have Austria, and you have, for example, the Germans. Now, as per the original will of the Ottoman father, Russia gets all the property. However, before Ottoman could do something about it, he realized that Russia was not a good son. He is now on the ventilator. So now, son B, Britain, son France, son Austria, and son Germany now are looking towards this father, that somehow this father can survive. So whilst Russia wants to pull the plug on the ventilator, that this father dies so that he can take everything which is the property called Balkan, Britain, France, Austria, and Germany want this father to be alive. That somehow this Russia does not get Balkan. This is basically the Eastern question and the geopolitics around it. It is only in the interest of the Russians for the Ottomans to die. Everyone else wants the Ottomans to survive so that they can change the will once he becomes fine. Analogy, very soap opera type. Bring in Mihir and all, it becomes a very good kasauti jindagi ki. The point is not that. Now, can I tell you, how did these fools answer this question? Can I tell you that aspect? How did these fools answer this question? Okay. Now, the answer which these fools actually gave was a dual one. Britain and France said, and see, this is hindsight 2020, which is that I'm telling you the answer before demonstrating it to you, because I have to demonstrate this answer also. The answer which they gave to the Eastern question is basically the road to the First World War. And the answer was, don't let the Ottomans die, but don't make them too powerful, because that will be problematic for Europe. Don't let the Balkan nationalism become so big that they become nations. However, keep Balkan nationalism alive so that they can keep the Ottomans in check. So, they want the father to come out of the ventilator but go into a gas mask. So, they want him to be sick but not fully healthy. And basically, the poison which is called the Balkan sector, they can't throw that poison away, but they want to give one drop of poison every day to that father so that he survives but does not die. So basically, keep the Ottomans alive but not healthy, keep Balkan nationalism alive but not too powerful, which is basically a paradoxical, self-contradictory answer. And very simply, this is the answer which will basically create the context for the First World War. So, in the wave of nationalism which was spreading, if minorities become independent, too much instability in Eastern Europe. If Ottomans become too strong, they become a threat for the Europeans. So, very simply, sustain the Central Ottoman Empire, also promote local nationalism, but make sure that neither are too powerful, they cut each other. So basically, poison cuts poison. So don't keep them fully strong also, keep them weak, and don't keep nationalism alive. Don't kill nationalism, but keep it alive also. Now, this is a dumb answer to something which was a very straightforward question. Now, the first part of this discussion is done, which is the concept of what is Eastern question and what are the geopolitics related to it. Anybody has any issue in this? Why Balkan nationalism alive? So that it can keep the Ottomans weak. Anybody has any issue in the concept of what we call as Eastern question and the geopolitics around it? Which countries want which countries to live and die? It's a dual-edged knife, yes. What would have been the best way to handle Balkan issue? The best way to handle the Balkan issue would have been give each of them in a controlled way their nations so that nobody fights. The West had that much power. Never leave these things to figure out themselves. And you will see how things will very quickly become problematic. Okay. What is the humanitarian interest of the British? That the Christians should be protected. Okay. Why Europeans do this? All geopolitics. All geopolitics. Remember my point. There are no permanent enemies and there are no permanent allies in geopolitics. If you can remember this point, you will never, ever fall into the trap and you will read your current affairs better. There are no permanent enemies and there are no permanent allies. Don't think that everywhere we will have the same enemy. In certain places, we come together also. And in that way, you can see climate change is a very interesting place where India and China always come together saying we are developing. You have to pay. But as it is, India and China have never look eye to eye in certain things. So there are no permanent enemies, there are no permanent allies, there's only self-interest. Now, first part of story done. I want everybody's yes, we move forward. Why the Germans want Ottomans to be there? Because at least that area remains stable. Yes, okay. Dhanya, communism, I will tell you, Russian Revolution 1917, I will tell you that Marx and all, I have to tell you that after the First World War. Okay. Now, there is half an hour today. and tomorrow I have to start the First World War with you. See, there are total 4 and 6, total 10 events which will lead up to the First World War. 10 events. And there are 4 events which happened between 1800 and 1900. And there are 6 events which happened between 1900 and 1914. Now, try to understand this point, that here we have what is called as Serbian independence, Greek War of Independence, Crimean War, I told you I will tell you what it is, and the Great Eastern Crisis. 4. These 4. Serbian Revolution, Greek Freedom Struggle, Crimean War, Great Eastern Crisis. Now, in themselves, the events are immaterial for you and me. But these 4 events will introduce 5 tendencies in Europe, which will basically become the reasons for the First World War. And the 6 events I am going to discuss tomorrow with you are also based on the interplay of these tendencies. What I mean to say, I don't care about the course of any of this. How did Serbians get war of? How did they fight? What are the battles? How did the Greeks do it? Doesn't matter. What matters to me is the consequence. This is what I want you to also concentrate on. So rather than asking me this question, sir, how did they get independence? Ask me the question, what is the implication of their independence? If you can ask me this question, though I will tell you the story also, can we now start to build up towards the First World War? Because if you understand these 5 tendencies, you will actually understand why the First World War actually happened. I could have not done this, but I do it because you need to understand that there's something systemic in Europe which is happening at this point of time, which is related to the answer related to the Eastern question. I have everybody's assertion, I have everybody's consent over this, then we start. Because then a question which will waste our time makes no sense. I want you to concentrate on something which is important. Okay. So the first set is Serbian independence and Greek independence. Now please pay attention. Let me give you the backstory and then we'll understand their concept. See, Serbia is a small landlocked area in the Balkan area. I'll show it to you also. Serbia is this. The first nationality or ethnicity to actually fight for their independence from the Ottomans are the Serbians. But the Serbians have a very precarious situation or precarious problematic position in Europe. Nobody cares about them. But we didn't care about the Serbians also. If I had not told you Serbians, except for not even once you would have thought about a Serbian. And that is what the Europeans also thought about the Serbians. One nationality related to the Russians. Serbians had no standing. So very simply, they have no importance in the European sector. And Serbians were the first to assert their nationalism. When they started to travel Austria, they got to know about the French Revolution. They got to know about the ideas of the French Revolution. Since 1803, they started to now fight with the Ottomans for their independence. And in 1803, when they started to fight, they fought for 10 years. In between, they had certain periods of independence. Then again, the Ottomans came back. But again, the Serbians fought. But more or less by 1833-35, mostly after 1820 itself, we believe that the Ottomans and the Serbians went into an understanding and the Serbians did become independent, which is called the Serbian War of Independence, Serbian Revolution, 1804-1833. Very simply, by 1833, Serbia was an independent area, but nobody recognized them as independent. But what I want you to concentrate on is that Serbians' big brother was Russia. Serbians' big brother is Russia, Slav, big brother, small brother. So in their war of independence, no one helped, no Russian support, no recognition, and no Western power intervention. So basically, the Serbians did it in themselves. They had to do everything as they had to do generally. They fought. The Russians did not support, was contentionally. Who wants to take tension? And it was basically a local issue. The Ottomans are fighting with the Serbians. Russia is not that powerful also at this point of time as you would think that it would intervene in something like this. And very simply, I'll give you a very simple reason why the Russians did not intervene. Serbia is landlocked. They gave independence. Does it solve the problem for Russians? No. The problem is that the Serbians don't solve the problem for the Russians. So though the Serbians did look towards the Russians ignored it. So I've established three things to you: that the Serbians were self-made, they were not helped by anyone, no recognition, and no Western intervention. Anybody have any issue here? You have to believe what I'm saying. I'm not going to prove it to you, you have to believe what I'm saying. Okay, perfect. Now let's contrast this. With the Greek War of Independence. It happens 10 years after, starts 10 years after the Serbians, but the Greeks are different. See, the Greek ethnicity and people are quite respected. Ottomans also respected the Greeks quite a lot, wherein the Greeks were given administrative positions within the Ottoman Empire. The Greeks were mostly the captains of the merchant ships. They were the mercantile community. Greeks were also spread across Italy, Europe. So they were also very spread. Very big diasporic population was there across Europe itself. So Greeks were respected. They're basically the opposite of the Serbians. So if there was a Serbian and a Greek standing, people would offer the chair to the Greek, because the Greeks were considered important ethnicity in this area. As it is, they are sitting on the mouth of the Mediterranean. Intellectual, very good. So they are also very strategically located. So their strategic location is also very, very important. Now the second country to ask for independence are the Greeks. And in Greek area, there was proper breakdown of Ottoman Empire control. dacoits, thugs, there was looting, lot of problems. But the Greeks had a problem. Though they had a proper revolutionary body called Phiki Erythrea, which is the Society of Friendship, they were having a proper plan. Every attempt of the Greeks to fight the Ottomans and get independence between 1813 to 1820, even till 1823, was in vain. It was mostly unsuccessful. When the Serbians got independence, the Ottomans did not care too much. But when the Greeks asked for independence, the Ottomans used to crush their rebellions very quickly. So one thing is very, very clear. Greeks cannot get independence on their own. This way, who's more competent, a Serbian or a Greek? Who's more competent? Serbians, because Serbians fought on their own and got their own independence. Greeks, in a way, are not capable of getting independence at this point of time. Now, see the magic. See the magic. Now, the Greeks, the time period, as you can see, 14 to 29. It's very similar to what is happening in Serbia. Now, the Greeks can't get independence automatically. So now the Russians see an opportunity. Russians think that if Russia helps the Greeks get independence, then Greeks will become pro-Russia, and that will allow them to enter into the sea and gives them better strategic position. Strategic position. And this is what the Russians also decide upon. Unlike the Serbians, who are actually the brothers of the Russians, the Russians intervene on the behalf of the Greeks in this episode. And Russia says, "Arey, you want independence? Nahi de raha hai. Come with me, I will get you." The Ottomans are not giving you independence. They're always like this. Hamesha se aisa tha. Let me come with you, I will get independence to you. Just remember, but when you get independence, remember Russia uncle gave you independence. So the Russians intervene. The Russians intervene. And now in the corner, Britain and France are standing, and they are not able to understand what is happening. Why is Russian uncle holding the hand of the Greeks and taking towards the Ottomans? Then why have the Russians fought on the behalf of the Ottomans? So then French and the British realize something, that if the Russians actually give independence to the Greeks, Greek is going to become pro-Russia, and that will basically undercut the Eastern question. So now, because Russia intervened, Britain and France also intervene. बोलते हम भी हैं, we are also there, we will get you independence. ये क्या दिलवाएगा? Russian uncle not good, incompetent. We will come with you. So Britain, France, in order to counterbalance Russia, now take the side of the Greeks, and the joint army of Russia, Britain, France fight against the Ottomans on the behalf of the Greeks, and the Greeks are given their independence on a platter by these powers. These are called the great powers of Europe, and they also signed a treaty of Andrino. Le beta, go. Your independence is recognized also. So by 1829, Greeks got independence from the Ottomans after the Russians, British and the French intervene. They intervene, they destroy the army of the Ottomans, they destroy the navy of the Ottomans, give the Greeks independence, then make the Greeks sign a treaty with the Ottomans called Treaty of Adrianople, and now the Greeks are given independence. Now contrast this with Serbia. Basically, how would a Serbian feel? It's like you have two sons. One son got shot, and the other one fell downstairs. You bring in the ambulance, but rather than putting the son who has got shot into the ambulance, you take the other one into the ambulance. So very simply, the consequence of these two events is very, very important because it shows two major dangerous tendencies. The Serbian War of Independence plus the Greek War. Can I talk about the two tendencies here or two consequences here? The first one is that based on these two, Serbians develop a hatred for the West. No one came to its assistance, and independence not even recognized. So if I'm a Serbian, I will basically hate the West quite a lot. They were angry with the Russians, but you can't be too angry on family. So their hatred, their frustration now starts to rise. But the more dangerous tendency out of this whole episode is great powers, which means Britain, France, Austria, Russia, Germany, Italy, started to get involved in local issues or regional issues, which is not a very good thing. Basically, international intervention in small regional issues. I'll give you a very simple example. There's a water dispute between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, for example. Does it make sense that Joe Biden lands in India and says, I will not go back to US until unless I sort out the Kaveri issue? Now, basically, there's a UN charter which has been worked out that how the water will be shared between these two states. It's an internal matter. How? It's a local regional matter. How can great powers get involved into it? Now, basically, when Serbia fought Ottomans, no one cared. But in geopolitics, they are basically ready to give people independence on a platter if it satisfies their own interest. Now, what I want from you is to remember these two tendencies. Now, are you getting how I'm teaching this to you? I'm not basically teaching you what the event was. I'm rather teaching it to you in a comparative sense to give you the sense of what it actually means. So when we talk about Serbian War of Independence and the Greek War of Independence, very simply, there are two tendencies which you need to understand, the implications. Serbians start to hate the West and or start to get frustrated. And second, which is more dangerous, is great powers are getting involved into local regional issues. Any issue in understanding these two implications, because then I want to go to the next two events. Okay. Now, the next is called the Crimean War. I told you I am going to discuss it with you, and I am going to discuss it with you here. Now, again, local issue of Greeks. Yes, Chituri, it is basically a sovereignty issue of Ottomans. Ottomans need to sort it out. There was no way or there was no point the Russians getting involved in something which is a local, a regional issue of the Ottomans. The point is, if the Ottomans attack the Austrians, then it is an international issue. It was something which did not need the intervention of Great Britain, France. The mighty British Empire is coming to your home and telling you that I will get you your independence, take this and go. It means that there's something dangerous which is going to happen later. So, why was Serbians not given independence or importance? Because Serbians are useless. Landlocked country, no one cares. This is something which the Serbians will take it to heart. वो दिल पे ले लेंगे. That how is that you gave independence to the Greeks, but you did not give us independence. So please try to understand, the Serbians are no one in the atmosphere or in the universe of Europe. Now I'm moving to the Crimean War. Can I do that? Everybody is now concentrating because you have to listen to the story. Here again, the story really doesn't matter, but the point is very interesting. See, now what happens is, I'll call it Britain. You don't want to call it great as it is. They are not great. Britain, English, Angrez. Okay. Now, the Ottomans had a disputed area. It was in the Palestinian sector, and this area was basically Christian. And after all of this Greek war of independence and all, the Ottomans wanted to have a solution for this disputed area. So very simply, it's a very small tract of land, not even 100 acres, and has very small population of Christians there. But now there's a problem. The Ottomans wanted to give the Pope of Christianity the control over this area so that he can do welfare for the people. But the problem at this point of time is, which Pope? There are two popes. There is one Pope who is the Pope who sits in the Vatican City, who's the Roman Catholic Pope. While on the other hand, you have the other Pope who's the Eastern Orthodox Church Pope. This is the Russian Pope. The Russian Pope. Basically, till today, you would see that Russians actually celebrate Christmas on a different date, because they used to follow what is called the Julian calendar, and the Romans Catholic follow what is called the Gregorian calendar. So till today in this world, there are two popes. One sits in the Vatican City. He represents the Protestants and the Catholics. That is Roman Catholic Church. On the other hand, there's one more pope, and I encourage you to watch a video. You will write it on YouTube. That very simply difference between Eastern Orthodox Church and Roman Catholic. They will tell you there are ritualistic differences. They are a little bit up down when it comes to the basic, what we call as rituals. I don't care. For me, there are two popes. One represents Eastern Orthodox Church, which is Russian Pope, and the other one is the Roman Catholic Pope. If you are really interested, do your research. But for me, that is enough. Now the Ottomans are confused. Anybody has any issue? okay word Pope is not used in Orthodox. Whatever you call that, Pope, Pap, Pope, whatever. I call him Pope. Okay. Now, the Ottomans want to give the area to the one who actually should have the power over these people. But both churches are claiming that it is our area. So the popes go into an agreement that let's do one thing. Let's divide this line into 50-50 and let's take half of yours, half of mine. Good solution? Yes or no? That why fight over it? Let's divide it into half and half. But what happens is that who protects Roman Catholic Church? Very good. France. Napoleon III, he's back. And this is Russia. Now the king of Russia at this point of time was a person called Tsar Nicholas I. Now Tsar Nicholas I gets to know that the popes have gone into the agreement. So Tsar Nicholas calls the Pope and says, "Kisne bola tha karne ko? Who asked you? Who asked you to go 50-50? Pope said that it was a standard arrangement. Roman Catholic gets 50 and we get 50. Tsar Nicholas I said, "Aise kaise? How? How will you give half to the French?" Basically, he did not look at it through a religious angle. He looked at it as a compromise. That how can the mighty Russians go into an agreement with a compromise with the French? And what happens is that the Ottomans agree to the concept and hand over 50-50. Now Tsar Nicholas I says to the Ottomans, "You can't do this. It is all of this area is mine." And he says to the Ottomans, "Take it back." So basically the pretext is a small tract of land in the Palestinian sector over which there is a Christian population and a Christian minority area, which Pope should or which church should control it. The Ottomans were smart enough to give 50-50. The popes were smart enough to go for a compromise. But Tsar Nicholas I makes it a point to say that you give back this territory to me. We will not go into a compromise with the French. And when the Ottomans said that we've already done it, now see how the Russians attack the Ottomans. And basically this is the starting of the Crimean War. Now as soon as the Russians will attack the Ottomans, the French and the British will now join the Ottomans. The same two countries which destroyed their navy to give independence to Greece, now these two countries are fighting with the Ottomans because Russia is involved. And if you remember, I told you Crimean War is 1853 to 56, Britain, France and Ottomans versus the Russians. And later the Piedmont and Sardinia sector will also enter. What will happen is that, see, one thing should be clear in your mind is, once Britain enters into a war, Russia is nothing in front of it. Britain at this point of time is the most powerful nation in the world, and as soon as Britain intervenes, within 3 years, they will stop all warfare. Britain will win the war for the Ottomans. They will sign the Treaty of Paris, in which everybody will be given their areas back. And now the Ottomans will be added to the concert of Europe, which they were never allowed for centuries. And now Britain and France will say, we will protect the sovereignty of the Ottomans. But the biggest problematic consequence for the Russians was that the Crimean War will say, you need to now demilitarize the Black Sea, which is that no military ship can operate in the Black Sea. And therefore, the Russians will basically now have a useless navy because the navy can't go anywhere. So the Crimean War ended with everybody going back to where it is, but Ottomans now under the protection of the British and the French. But why am I discussing the Crimean War? For a very important tendency. And that tendency is no compromise. And war is the solution for everything. Who won? Britain, France and Ottomans. War is the solution for everything. Why did Britain and France intervene? Because they wanted to counterbalance Russia. These innocent questions now make no sense. I've discussed 3 events with you. First event was Serbian War of Independence, Greek War of Independence. Serbians start to develop a hatred for the West, and great powers are getting involved in local issues. Now, the Crimean War shows us over this whole dispute that the new tendency in Europe is no compromise. Nobody wants to compromise. And the 2 biggest enemies of their whole generations, Britain and France, were together. Yes, Mahima. No permanent enemies and no permanent allies. At this point of time, Russia was the common enemy of everyone. So very simply, the Crimean War has shown us something, which is that do you think that 3 great powers should fight over 100 acres of land in the Palestinian sector where there is not even a proper population? Do you think? No. And this is the problem. So very simply, these wars are reflecting a growing tendency of a concept that no compromise is the answer. War is the solution for everything. So what I'll do is that I'll consolidate all of this for you from the PPT, and then we'll break for today, and I'll do Great Eastern Crisis tomorrow. So can I do that? Did this make sense? Are you understanding why am I doing what I'm doing? I'm not discussing these events in their face value. I'm doing them for their implications. So the Serbian Revolution, by 1800s, the Serbians were now having a border with the Austrians. Certain areas were taken by the Austrians itself. New ideas were now flowing in. Nationalism was getting revived. Russia was a source of inspiration for them. First uprising in 1804-13. Then Serbia remained independent for a small period. Then re-annexation for 2 years. But the basic point is by 1829-33 period, 33ish, they were independent. Virtual independence was there, but their independence was never recognized. On the other hand, when we talk about the Greek War of Independence, many Greeks shared power and patronage with the Ottoman Empire, very important. Greeks lived all across Europe and they were very, very autonomous generally. They were dominating the Balkan commerce. They were shipmen traders. So Greek position was not that bad as the Serbians. Now, Greek were never separated from the Europeans also. Since the fall of Constantinople, 1453 itself, they played a very important role in the Renaissance. Captains, sailors, beat Napoleonic times also. Greeks played a very important role in that trade war also. So when it came to their independence, corruption, maladministration, central powers were weakening. There was provincial governors were becoming problematic. So local resentment was becoming bigger and bigger. They had a proper underground society called Fiki Eritrea, which was going to fight for their independence. However, starting in 1821 itself, any time there was a revolt from the Greeks, the Ottomans crushed it. And very simply, the Greeks were never going to get independence on their own. So therefore, The simple point was, without intervention, Greeks were never going to get independence. Russia put pressure on the Sultan to give Greeks independence. Britain and France felt threatened by the overt Russian influence, and therefore Britain and France declared war on the Ottoman and destroyed the Ottoman navy. Russia also attacked the Ottomans and defeated them. All of them gave independence to Greece in the Treaty of Edrenope in 1829, and therefore a new foreign king was established in Greece, so that he is not Russian, and Greece was small, but they will start to become bigger and bigger and conquer what we call as the Aegean Islands today. Now the Crimean War is the more interesting one. It weakened the Ottoman Empire. Russian expansionism was already happening. Napoleon III wanted to restore French privilege and prestige. So the immediate cause was involvement of the rights of Christian minorities in the Palestinian sector. The French promoted the rights of the Roman Catholics, the Russians the Eastern Orthodox Church. Nicholas issued an ultimatum that demanded the Orthodox subjects of the Ottoman Empire to be placed under his protection. When the Ottomans did not agree to it, the Russians attacked the Ottomans in 1853. Now, at the Battle of Sinop, Russia had given multiple defeats to the Ottomans. UK and French people and press was in opinion of intervening on the part of the Ottomans. UK and France are going to then enter the war on the side of the Ottomans, reverse the Russian gains, and at the Treaty of Paris, both parties will return each thing to each other, basically status quo. The Tsar and the Sultan now agreed to not have military establishments in the Black Sea, and the Black Sea clauses weakened Russia because they had now become a zero naval threat. The Treaty of Paris admitted the Ottoman Empire into the European concert, and now the great powers pledged to have, very simply, respect the integrity and territorial independence of the Ottomans. Therefore, the consequence is there was a lot of widespread anti-war sympathy. Red Cross was formed on the activities were done by Florence Nightingale, but this is more important. Neutralization of Black Sea. Russia became to modernize, but Ottomans had to give equal rights to Christians and to Muslims as part of the reforms. But Ottoman situation was becoming more and more weak in that sense. So, for very simply, this Great Eastern Crisis we will do tomorrow. What I'm trying to argue here is this event and its details are immaterial to you. Before we leave for today, I'm reiterating the three tendencies. Since we started our course, we've done the American Revolution, the French Revolution, and Industrial Revolution done, along with the unification of Germany, Italy. All actors are done. Now we are discussing how they will act. So the Eastern question is, what will happen to Eastern Europe when the Ottomans decline? Answer you are seeing is already contradictory. First tendency is Serbians hate the West. Second tendency is that great powers are getting involved in small issues. And third is that there is the concept of no compromise and war is the solution. If you can remember this for 24 hours, I will see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. and we will start the war and end the war tomorrow. Tomorrow we do the First World War. Done? Crimea is not Crimean sector of Palestine. This is Crimean Peninsula where they fought. Done? Okay. If you don't have a question, then I will see you tomorrow at the same time, 6 a.m. Let's start the war and discuss First World War. By day after tomorrow, we'll be doing a very important Russian Revolution ideologies, Marxism. And then by Saturday, we will be discussing the Second World War. Right? Okay. Thank you. Have a very productive day. See you tomorrow. Just remember the fact that the reasons don't matter, the implications matter. No, you just need to remember, Priyanka, that the consequence, not the details. Why was Austria in Ottoman Empire? Because Austria did not want an unstable, what we call a southern border. No, Alina, whatever I'm telling you to remember, that is only. No small wars matter to you. See, no, these don't matter to you. Perfect, Deepika. Great. Sir, time may have created negative impact on worker, but in a way it disciplined us. Then Basically, this is you're saying that then this is capitalism telling you, justifying your own existence. Sure, if that gives you meaning, sure. But why is there a need to discipline if you go into proper Foucauldian type understanding? Okay, thank you, Gayatri. When will test conduct? Which test? There are no prelims questions. Mains question I will discuss with you class in the class. Thank you, thank you. Hariom, I have no idea about that. Can I totally narrate NCERT? In this, you can. How to revise world history, Ritika, I'll tell you in the later says. Just remember the stories. As it is, you don't have to learn it right now. It's a main specific thing only after prelims. Mains question test, sir. On Saturday, there would be 5 questions which would have been uploaded. Please check your portal. There is already 5 questions as a test. Kushbu. Okay. See you tomorrow, 6.